Hello, very good afternoon. So 2 more world champions into the last 8 of the Players' Championship. This quarter-final lineup is beginning to look a bit like a snooker Hall of Fame, and 2 pundits worthy of a place in that Hall of Fame, Neil Foulds and Ken Doherty. Good to have you with us this afternoon. Let's just reflect on that last night from Judd Trump. Let's kick off with that one. Very impressive from Judd Trump. Couple of centuries, his 88th century of the season so far. Just hitting his straps at the right time of the season.
Yeah, he looks sort of imperious, doesn't he? Full of confidence. And even though he was sort of tested a little bit in the middle of the match, but, you know, he came through in flying colours. He looks like he's really playing some stuff.
But a little bit of talent coming through from Lei Pei Fan. Yeah. Certainly somebody that we'll look forward to seeing in the future.
Yeah, because he was 3-0 down. It looked like it was going to be a really one-sided game. He got himself back to a position where he was 3-2. He could have even been level. And had he not missed a bad yellow towards the end of the frame, which was the last one, you know, it could have been even closer. So he's a really good player. He's won a ranking event. Yeah,
he's showed a lot of character there. And let's talk about the other match as well. Shaun Murphy, another world champion, beating Barry Hawkins. He went 3-1 up. It went 4-all. He managed to get over the line. What did you make of Shaun? He's been playing well in the last few weeks.
He's been playing very good, you know, very confident. And he's scoring well. And I think his concentration is there. He has that bit of steely reserve back, you know, that little bit between his teeth. And when Barry really pushed him from 4-2 to 4-all, you know, he accelerated again. He went through the gears, and that's always a great sign.
I think you can tell something about the way Shaun's playing by the way he moves around the table. He began to strut a little bit towards the end of the match. He got better as the match went on.
Yeah, and, you know, he won the Masters, which I know it doesn't count towards his ranking, but it's a hugely prestigious event. Yeah. It's given him a bit of a swagger. You know, he feels great about his game again now. And, a confident Shaun Murphy is an extremely dangerous player to be up against.
Let's take a look at the draw then, because we've pretty much got our quarter-final lineup, just the last couple of matches this afternoon to tidy that up. But just look at that. I mean, it's quality wall-to-wall, isn't it, Ken?
Yeah, I mean, you look at that. Trump, Murphy, Selby, Robertson, Wilson, Williams, you know. Any one of those matches would grace the final, and we've still got a possible another world champion maybe to go into the draw as well. But yeah, 2 great matches coming up today, but all those quarter-final matches, all mouth-watering spectacles.
Great stuff. Well, it is time now to look ahead to today's action. And our first match on the main table is between John Higgins and Chris Wakelin. Earlier on, Abigail caught up with John before he begins a very important couple of months of the season.
John playing some really thrilling stuff at the moment. I'm sure you're chomping at the bit to get back out on the table.
No, I can't wait. Can't wait to play. Last month it's been pretty good. Played pretty decent. So, yeah, makes a change.
And after that World Open triumph, I'm sure that must have been one of the most satisfying of your career. Would you agree?
Yeah, without a doubt, I think, because I had a lot of near misses in the last few years, and then you do begin to think, I'm ever going to have that winning feeling again. But yeah, it was great for it to come along over in China. And how much does that then change your perspective when you come into these big events now? Well, listen, I was probably on the borderline for this event, so obviously that takes the pressure off. And to be brutally honest, it takes the pressure off maybe in the next couple of years, because then it sort of guarantees, because such a big prize, it guarantees you your rank and position, as you say, for the next couple of years, which is good, because the last couple of years I've been sort of fighting to get into these big events, and yeah, it takes its toll sometimes now mentally as well. So it's good to be here, and then at the Tour Championship, and then obviously the World Championship coming up.
Neil, it's great to see John Higgins with a smile on his face. You know, 4 years ago we saw him sweep all before him when he won the Players' Championship. And in the last 4 years, he's made it deep into tournaments. We've seen him in finals. He hasn't been able to get over the line. Just how important do you think this latest ranking title has been for him? His 32nd ranking title.
Yeah, I mean, he was thoroughly determined all week to get that title. You know, he played so well in the tournament before until he came up against Selby. He hadn't lost a frame until then. And strangely, when he won the last big event, the World Open, there was a number of matches that he could easily have lost. It was roles reversed. You know, the semi-final against Zach Stewart, he should never have won that match. So it kind of maybe gave him that little bit of boost he needed, that actually he can turn matches around. And of course, he won the final against Joe O'Connor. And Higgins is back, no doubt.
And as he says, there's a lot of pressure off him now because of those ranking points.
Yeah.
He's obviously into the Tour Championship as well. I suppose what he'll be chasing now is a top 4 seeding into the Tour Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's amazing what a win like that will do for your confidence, you know. And no matter how much he's won over in his career, which has been an incredible career, that, you know, your confidence is only temporary, you know, and constant, you know. And when he wins that big tournament, you know, it gives him an extra boost, and he's a dangerous animal. He's one of the best players that we've ever seen in the game, but one of the best temperaments as well. And when he's playing on form and confident, he's going to be very, very hard to stop.
How much do you think it hurt John Higgins to drop out of the top 16? It was only briefly, but I think it hurt him.
Well, it certainly did. It certainly spurred him into action quickly because, as you say, I think it was a week he was out of the 16. It's almost like it never really happened at all. But, yeah, I mean, I think with John, anything but a win. You know, he's from that bracket of players like a Stephen Hendry and, you know, Ronnie O'Sullivan and a Steve Davis in his prime and a few others. Anything but a win is a failure, you know, and John losing in those finals would have meant anything to him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're winners, aren't they? You know, second is nothing. And, you know, they want to be on the rostrum. They want to be winning the big titles. That's what they're used to. That's what they've been doing all their career. And, yeah, I mean, he's one of the favourites this week as well.
Well, this match today is a big occasion for John's opponent too, Chris Wakelin. But recently he's faced a lot of challenges off the table that he's had to prioritise. And earlier on, Chris chatted to Abigail about how recently snooker has taken a bit of a back seat for him and his family.
Life's changed a lot in the last few months. You know, Mia coming along prematurely wasn't, you know, in the script, but she's doing fabulously now. And as much as, you know, I was in Germany a few weeks ago, and tell you the truth, I didn't want to be there. Couldn't wait to get home and, you know, make sure that she was okay, because she'd only been home for, you know, a day or two at that point. And it was the same at the Welsh Open, but I've got an amazing team around me, and they made sure that I was ready for that tournament. But I do genuinely feel now, after having been to Hong Kong and spent some time away from her, catching up on a little bit of sleep as well, but don't tell Lucy that. Yeah, I feel a lot more refreshed now and ready to let battle commence, as they say.
Yeah, and taking on John Higgins, you've won your last 2 against him. Confident you can make it a hat-trick?
I don't really think about past results. We all know what a legend John is. You know, he was one of my idols growing up, but things have changed now. I'm trying to establish myself as one of those players that people look back on in years to come and think, you know, I was inspired by him. So, yeah, maximum respect for John, but his kill will be killed out there, so I'll be trying to do the killing.
Well, I think the key thing is to learn that his little daughter Mia is doing well. Yeah. And us, you know, we forget, you know, they're humans, these snooker players, and they spend a lot of time away from home. Yeah. And you can understand these concerns.
Absolutely, you know, 9 weeks premature, you know, so obviously, you know, delicate times for him, and that's his priority, and so it should be. But sometimes when things like that happen in your life and you member of the family comes in, it can be an inspiration, you know, and it might be an inspiration to him, but he's been playing really consistently over the last couple of seasons, Chris, and you know, when he's on his form, you know, he's a danger to any player.
And he made it into the final of the International, which is what effectively got him here, I think, on the rankings. But he beat John Higgins 6-5 there. I mean, that must be in his mind when he goes in against John Higgins, who's heavily fancied against him.
He is, but yeah, it was a big win for him, and they actually got taken off at 5-all, and it's safe to say John was not overjoyed about that decision. And thankfully, you know, the lip readers will back me up on that. You know, they got taken off, had to come back later on, and the deciding frame was won by Chris. So yeah, he is a really good player, and he's looking to sort of bounce back, I think, because a sort of mid-season slump. You know, he was in the 16 for the UK and for the Masters, but he had other stuff going on, as we found out. He wasn't able to quite do that position in the rankings justice. Now he's out the 16.
But of course, a chance today. If he gets to the semi-finals this week, he's into the Tour Championship. If he doesn't, Wu Yiza, who we'll see in action in Table 2, goes through. So he'll know, Chris Wakelin, what's at stake.
Absolutely, and it's sort of it's clear and apparent to him as well, which is always a good sign. So yeah, I mean, he just has to go out there and play, you know, like it's a final almost. You know, he's playing. Forget about who he's playing, because you can have sort of too much respect for your opponent at times. You know, he's just got to go out and play and be confident and see where it takes him.
Quick line on Table 2, 2 great Chinese players, Zhao Guodong and Wu Yiza. Zhao Guodong won the Wuhan Open. He beat some big names. He beat Karen Wilson. He beat Sean Murphy. You know, he's had a good season. How do you see that one going?
Well, yeah, listen, I think that you've got to say that Zhao Guidong is favourite. He's become a very good match player. He's doing what Zhang An did last season. He's improved rapidly. Wu Yize, though, is the player that we all know has got a huge future in the game. He's extremely talented. It's a good match, that.
Great stuff. OK, when we come back on the other side of the break, we will get the snooker underway here in Telford as our final last 16 matches commence here at the Players' Championship. The commentary there. A great day of snooker ahead then, so let's bring the players out. On the main table, your commentators are Stephen Hendry and Phil Yates. But first, to introduce the players, here's our MC, Tahir Hadjat.
A warm Wednesday welcome to the Telford International Centre for Day 3 of the Sportsbet.io Players' Championship. The action is ready to commence, so we look to find out who's going to fill the final quarter-final matchup in the bracket. So let's welcome our players onto table number 2. Up first, a 2-time ranking event finalist, it's Wu Yize. And his opponent is the 2024 Wuhan Open champion, Zhao Guidong. And here on the main table, 3-time ranked event finalist, the 2023 Snooker Shootout champion, it's Chris Wakelin. And his opponent is the World Open champion, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
When John Higgins made the last 8 of the recent World Grand Prix, it was his 147th World Ranking Event quarter-final. A new record, eclipsing the record of Ronnie O'Sullivan. But he's not satisfied, far from it. That said, while Higgins is back on form and feeling a lot more confident, Chris Wakelin, this season, certainly first half of the season, has played some of his most impressive snooker. And 4 of their 6 previous meetings have gone the distance. This could be competitive. If Higgins wins, it will be 7 world champions in the quarterfinals. And talking of 7, when it comes to the World Championship, my co-commentator is a 7-time winner at the Crucible.
Really looking forward to how John performs. I'm really interested. It's probably the better word to use, having got that victory under his belt. He'll be really looking forward to the last few weeks of the season. That win in China 2 or 3 weeks ago will have given him a huge boost of self-belief in that he can still win at the highest level with these 3 huge tournaments coming up this week, the Tour and obviously the World Championship. Well, Chris has got decent record in recent times against John Higgins. I feel it might be a different John Higgins that he plays today.
Yeah, the last time they met in the International Championship earlier this season, it was a quarter-final. Wakelin won 6-5. The match was actually suspended. It was quite a war of attrition at one point.
Foul.
Referee calls foul, which was obvious to us. Higgins will be hoping for a similar level of dominance to that he showed against Wakelin when they played in the Champion of Champions here on ITV in 2023. He won 4-0. But that was a little bit clumsy.
There is a way of getting the cue ball up to the bulk end off the red that's to the right of the black and the bunch of reds, but it's going into other reds. And even though you can get the cue ball to the bulk area, there's always a chance of maybe pushing the red towards the left corner pocket. I take it that's the reason Chris refused the shot, or that shot to play.
You never know how a match is going to go, whether you're a top-ranked player or fighting your way through. But what you do know when you play John Higgins, you won't be gifted anything. You'll have to work for it. You'll have to think hard. Few outwit the Scot. It's not just defence with Higgins, it's the fact he can pick out attacking shots with value.
Came round to see if the black goes to the right corner. Big shot. to play this red and play for the black, because there's other reds that he'd leave. Decided to play the cue ball up to bulk, and it's a nice pot. Always nice to knock that first long ball in. The one that he had a long straight pot earlier on in the frame, but the sort of the ones that you expect to get sort of 8 out of 10. It's always nice to pot the first one you go for. Got a good view of the John Higgins technique, which is pretty much unique.
4.
It's all his own in terms of when he's addressing the cue ball. The tip is pretty much a good couple of inches away from the cue ball. Every other player, the tip gets so close to the cue ball. The late Paul Hunter was another player who used to do that, have the tip quite a distance from the cue ball.
In recent years, I was talking about this to Neil Foulds the other day, actually. In recent years, I think one aspect of the Higgins game that's really improved is his rest play. It was always considered to be a comparative weakness, but I think he's a little better with the rest now than he used to be.
Twelve.
Yes, it's tight, but the black will go. Of that, there's no doubt.
$20. Touching ball.
Sometimes you want to hear the referee say touching ball, not in that instance.
John Higgins, 20.
Well, hopefully this frame doesn't turn nasty. That red in the right corner pocket, there might be 2 or 3 negative safety shots, containing shots, until someone can actually move that red away from near the right corner pocket with a safety shot. See, just another sort of little soft containing shot.
One.
Well, the offending ball has been removed. Terrific pot.
Absolutely zero interest in the blue till the yellow pocket. That kind of shows you, well, at least in the beginning of this match, that Chris is not prepared to take any risks.
Chris Wakelin 1.
Not sure John would have refused that. Yeah, he didn't even gain any advantage from refusing it.
1.
It's the reason I'm surprised he did is it's a shot that professionals practice so much, sort of straight blues to corner pockets.
Brown ball. John Higgins 1.
Higgins enjoys only a 14-point lead, but it's obvious he settled down quicker than his opponent.
He has got a chance to play an aggressive safety shot for the main bunch. A figure of 8. He could even get the cue ball quite close to the brown. Lots of left-hand side. You can get to near the brown using just a couple of cushions as well. But he'll be bringing reds into play here. He didn't play in behind the yellow, but that's where it's ended up. It was always going in that general direction. I think he was almost playing a cannon on the brown with that safety shot. But I'll be happy with the result anyway.
Very good. But this is the chance for Wakelin to get going. That, Stephen, did not bode well.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. You can almost say it was more difficult than the blue he refused to the yellow pocket with his hand on the table earlier on in the frame.
1.
John Higgins, a member of the elite top 16 in the world rankings from 1995, unbroken to last autumn. He went out of the 16 for a week. Now, though, he's back well ensconced.
Six.
He's won 32 ranking titles, Higgins, and in terms of dominance, the best one of the lot was the Players' Championship. This event, 4 years ago in Milton Keynes. He was unstoppable.
Seven.
That tournament he played 32 frames in total and won 28 of them. Beat Jordan Brown 6-0, Mark Selby 6-0, Selby scoring 7 points in the match. Then it was Kyron Wilson 6-1, Ronnie O'Sullivan 10-3.
13.
If he plays like that again, the trophy engraver could start work.
Fourteen. Nineteen. Twenty.
Judged that very well to get the gap between the two reds. Where's the next red coming from? Obviously the bottom one of the three pots to left corner, and it's been a pretty solid start to this
27.
match for John Higgins. I said it's probably a different John Higgins that Chris has played in the last 3 or 4 matches, because he's got that belief now, John, that he can win. Which is going to make him a threat, I believe, in not only this event,
28.
the next 2.
$34. 35.
The slight grimace is because he played to have a slightly less full contact on the red that he moved off the cushion, so that the cue ball wouldn't stay close to that side cushion. As long as the natural and off into the green pocket isn't on, this shot shouldn't prove a problem. Make sure you pot the blue. Position will be automatic. One red away from securing this opening frame.
40.
And the awkwardness of the balls diluting any pressure you might feel on this frame ball.
One. 45. John Higgins, 45.
Well, good luck, Chris Wakelin. 59 behind, 51 on. That's bad enough against anyone, against someone of Higgins' tactical acumen. Worth carrying on in the first frame, of course, for table time. But in terms of salvaging the frame, it's a very slim chance. On this side of the arena here in Telford, you've got the rejuvenated veteran. On the other side, you've got the hugely talented youngster, Wu Yuza, who's about to take the first frame from Zhao Guodong, and he could do so with a century.
If Chris can get a chance to pot these three reds and clear the colours, I think that would be far more beneficial to him than playing on for snookers. I mean, I couldn't think maybe Selby, many more players, it would be more difficult to achieve 2 4-point snookers against than John Higgins. So I think going on in the match, it gives Chris a lot more confidence to just pot a few balls. There you see what he's up against.
The applause was for Wu Yuza. He made a 131 break to draw first blood very impressively.
Frame considered. Frame John Higgins.
Players have the prerogative to concede when they're leaving the table. Why waste time? John Higgins, excellently efficient. He leads 1-0. Welcome back to Telford in the beautiful county of Shropshire.
John Higgins to break.
John Higgins, 1 down, 5 to go in this race to 11 for a place in the quarter-finals of the Players' Championship. The final 2 last 16 matches this afternoon, and then the quarter-finals begin on a single table this evening. Stephen, there are no guarantees in sport. That's why we are so intrigued by it. And when John Higgins lost all of those finals from a position of strength, he said he was starting to doubt himself. Others were as well. So right now, having got another title under his belt and put that hoodoo to bed, if you like, he must be feeling $1 million.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying at the beginning of this match, I'm so intrigued by what he could achieve, and what he could do the remaining 3 tournaments of the season, and obviously at Sheffield, where he's won 4 times already.
One.
There's just an air about him that's different. Just an air of confidence.
So much about Higgins that's praiseworthy,
8.
including longevity. When you consider he turned professional in 1992, the year that Chris Wakelin was born.
Nine. $16. John Higgins, 16.
Well, John Higgins is a far better safety player than I ever was, but strange choice there that he didn't play up to bulk for the right-hand side of the bunch. He obviously knows something that I don't in terms of where the balls were going to go end up, but maybe there was a plant on to left corner. But looked to be Bit of a nothing shot he's played there. And if that plant had gone in, it would have been an even stranger choice.
One.
The head is shaking again. Just can't quite gain total mastery over that cue ball yet. No gap there for the pink.
Green ball. John Higgins, 1. One.
Very good piece of cueing. Will it get Chris Wakelin going?
Six.
Came onto the tour in remarkable circumstances. 12 years ago, he was in the final match at Q School in 2013. He led a guy called Adam Wichard 3-2. First of all, Wichard, at that moment, broke his cue inadvertently, accidentally, and conceded. Onto the tour he went. So from Q School to Players' Championship, he's a ranking event winner as well at the shootout. Boy, did he play well there to win it. Huge break in the final. Fate played a big hand back then in 2013, and now Chris Wakelin having a very good career.
14. 15.
Well, the opening red was superb.
22.
And that cannon of the black has just brought everything into play, really. Should win the frame at this visit.
23.
That might seem premature, but as I've said, this is a top 16 players in the world this season, of which Chris has got himself into, so you're expected to win these frames at this opportunity.
30.
If you don't belong in this company.
31.
1. Application of running side to widen the cue ball to avoid the red.
38.
And he's one of those players, Stephen, if he gets into a groove, he can score really heavily.
39. 46. 47. 52. 53.
Finished straight on the blue. And the reason being that he almost missed the red. He potted the red thick, which means the cue ball was not going to travel the distance it was supposed to. Have to play the next red from further away than what would have been the plan, which would have been plan A.
58.
Only 3 or 4 pots away from securing this frame. And that will stun through the gap of the 2 reds to the left of when he's playing here for the black to the same pocket. The fact he's having to put extension on his cue just makes the cue feel a little bit differently and just puts a little bit of added pressure on this. Sometimes the reaction to the cue ball is a little bit different. And that's
59.
pretty well played. He's lost the cue ball again slightly. He's not had it under pristine control in this visit to the table, you'd have to say, because the reds were in perfect position. And he's just let it go slightly. But that nicely controlled little sort of half drag, half stun shot
66.
should seal the second frame for Chris Wakelin.
$67.
Very orthodox stance, good technique. And as his career's developed, he's become more confident against the big players on the big occasion.
$74. $75.
Yeah, and this is a big match for Chris Wakelin. Although he's got himself into that top 16, he's not guaranteed quite yet to be straight to the Crucible without having to qualify. So these are big matches.
$82.
Yes, our resident
83.
mathematician, Alan McManus, was doing all the calculations this morning, and he told me quite correctly that Wakelin needs the semi-finals here to make the Tour Championship, which then would open the door to seeding at the Crucible.
90. $92.
Taking these well though. Okay, might not have been pinpoint position in some of the shots, but he's now striking the cue ball beautifully.
Chris Wakelin, 92. And the
Pity
frame.
that he doesn't make a century, but a 92 break from that really good opening red, and just like that, Wakelin equalises. It is the Players' Championship. The last 16 is winding down. The main table, Chris Wakelin and John Higgins 1-1. It's much more one-sided across on table 2, which you can see on ITVX this afternoon. Wu Yize, who's an absolutely electric potter. He won the first frame with a big century, and he's 57 to the good in the second frame as well against his fellow Chinese player Zhao Guodong. Sometimes a 57-point lead with 6 reds left, he can be a little vulnerable, but where they are, it would need a big turnaround for Zhao to salvage this. Of course, we'll keep you right up to date with all of the happenings over there. Now the question, can Wakelin sustain the form he showed in frame 2?
Third frame. Chris Wakelin to break.
when Higgins was coming through the ranks of the Scottish amateurs in his early teenage and mid-teenage years, you practiced a lot with him, didn't you, Stephen? And I always wonder, did you realise immediately just how special he was?
I mean, I don't think it was instant. You know, obviously practiced him a long time over a spell of a couple of years. And towards the end of that, yeah, I knew he was going to be a top professional. You never really know how much someone is going to win until you know, get that first win under their belt. Lots of players win once, but not many players become serial winners. But I think as soon as John won the second, that was, yeah, he just knew he was going to be one of the greatest. I think one of the things that sort of told me how great he was going to become is how much, like myself, he absolutely hates losing. I mean, you literally, you can't speak to John immediately after a defeat. Again, like myself, he just hates it. And I always think that's a sign of a great champion, a serial winner.
Yes, great champions aren't good losers.
Second ball.
That's the way of it. John Higgins broke through, winning the Grand Prix in October 1994 in Derby. Then he won the International Open early the following year, overcoming Steve Davis in the final. It wasn't a classic final in terms of standard, but his tactical play for a teenager against a master like Davis, it was eye-opening, to say the least. And from there, well, he just kept on winning. As we thought would happen, Wu Yize does lead Zhao Guodong 2-0.
One thing that hasn't been on point so far in this match from John Higgins is has been his safety play. He's not really put Chris Wakelin in any trouble of note so far. Again, that was a shot that has given Chris an easy escape back to baulk.
Yes, even though Higgins has got a winning record against Wakelin, two of his wins were by the narrowest of margins, 5-4. One from trailing 3-1, so I think he's wary of Wakelin.
Well, that's probably the best safety shot of the match so far from Chris Wakelin. The evidence is how long it's taken John Higgins to find an escape here. It was that good that John Higgins couldn't find a solution, couldn't find an escape. Got that red much too thin.
One. Six. Seven.
Well, I played that very, very well. Just didn't manage to get right side of the blue. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball. The two reds in the black spot. We're playing for the second one here. Wants to clear that black spot as soon as possible, and that's another wonderful shot. That's one of the best shots he's played so far.
11.
Yeah, the rhythm of his cueing, very appealing. Got that languid pause at the back.
$12.
Nice black. That view on your screen may look easy to right middle, but I can assure you it's not a gimme. That gives you more of an idea of the angle he's facing. That's another beautiful shot. Played with slow drag. A little trace, maybe, of right-hand side. This has been good stuff from Chris Wakelin.
He contributed little to the opening frame, but ever since he knocked in that really good red, very well cued red, to launch his break of 92 in the second, he seemed as if he's really comfortable.
Yeah, it can happen that, you know, before that he'd missed 2 or 3 sort of longish pots by quite a distance, but it can happen. Just one well-cued pot can just give you that inner confidence. Now, the fact he hasn't tried to screw the cue ball back tells me there's a red in the bunch, just at the back of the bunch. It goes to right corner. But this black isn't easy. And these have to be cued very well. Keep your head nice and still. There you see the red available. And again, a beautiful strike of the cue ball. Struck with real authority.
28.
Higgins will have seen enough now to know he's got a tough task.
Played for a choice of 2 reds there. The one closest to right corner or this one to left corner. If he's going to go into the bunch from the black, it's much easier from the black into the left corner pocket than right. The target is better. The shape of the pack is better from that side. Decided to go in, top spin off the cushion. And again, it's a very well played shot.
43.
Yeah, it's very composed, very confident.
And I think, given the excellent snooker he produced before Christmas, that was the spade work to be here. He's got every right to be confident. Quarter-finalist in the Wuhan Open, beating Ding Junhui en route. Semi-finalist in the English Open. Runner-up in the International Championship, including wins over Sean Murphy, Mark Williams, John Higgins in the quarter-finals. And to round it all off, a quarter-final appearance in the Scottish Open.
Another beautifully cued shot. Perfect position in this red to right middle.
47.
Now he will be tempted to play a little cannon into these 5 reds. If he favours the sort of left side of it, just looking at the path, but it's almost like he's going to take the cue ball just over the left side of the pink spot. He doesn't have to play this with a lot of pace. Perfect. Whoa, that's a little bit unlucky. I say he took the cue ball down in the perfect line.
52.
A little bit unlucky not to have anything easier than the one he's left with. Now, if he's playing the one along the cushion, a couple of players have mentioned the pockets are not giving much away this week, so that certainly would be quite tricky. So taking this one on up into the yellow pocket, won't be leaving a lot, playing for the black, so not a lot of pressure on this.
53.
And really, that should be the key to the frame.
60. 61.
Now that's definitely the worst shot he's played in quite a while. These last two frames needed to be past the blue. Okay, 66 ahead with 67 on, but frame ball now is missable. Or it should have been a formality.
66.
I played it like it was a formality.
7.
Well, John Higgins looked good in the opening frame, but you have to say there's only been one player in it in frames 2 and 3. Dominant performance from Chris Wakelin.
Rendering the next frame, the one before the interval, very important.
79.
Now can Wakelin go on to make his 20th century this season?
'86. 87. 94. 95.
'That is an outstanding century break.
102.
Yeah, you'd have to say, bar the shot a couple of shots ago where he'd finished wrong side of the blue, it's been flawless in terms of ball
104.
striking. I did witness it 2 or 3 years ago. He played me Phil in a match. He beat me 4-0. He had 2 total clearances, a 90 and an 80.
107.
So I have witnessed this scoring. Close hand. Very, very impressive snooker from Chris Wakelin. These last 2 frames.
111.
I wasn't going to mention it. I was going to wait for you to bring it up. And another potential hot shot. Very cheeky, that one. Come on, Chris, completely dish.
122.
Superb! The man from rugby converts a half chance into a total clearance. 2-1 Wakelin. It is 2-1s across the board here in Telford. We know about Chris Wakelin.
John Higgins to break.
I can tell you on table 2, over on ITVX with Michael McMullen and Joe Perry commentating. Wooyers' 2-0 lead has been reduced to 2-1. Zhao Guodong getting off the mark. You know, certain frames, even before they begin, have a psychological impact, and this will be one, most certainly.
One.
Well, Wakelin's in the zone.
Yeah, he was almost on the move before the red even reached the pocket. He knew he'd potted it. This is world-class stuff at the moment. And he could use the red that's closest to the black to actually open the reds. No, he decided to play for that red. He could have stunned into it, pushed that red into all the reds and tried to develop things.
8.
The red closest to the one he's playing is available to left corner.
9.
And if he gets on that in such a way, he can pot it, bring reds into play and retain position on the black. Just needs to finish low on the red. He's obviously got a red that's to the left of the bunch as well available. But I always feel we should go into the reds when there is maybe a 1 or 2 loose reds, and it gives you options. But the first shot that I mentioned is absolutely
16.
perfect to pot this red. You can play it 2 ways. You can screw the cue ball back. You can follow through.
17.
Again, he's got choices. Can go into the pack from this or play for that red to the left of the bunch, which he is doing. May possibly be one more red that he just developed in the previous shot to right corner. I've said this 2 or 3 times this week, Phil. That's 3 reds, 3 blacks.
Yes, for a man who, considering his lofty status in the world rankings, surprisingly, hasn't made a 147.
25.
And he won't be doing it here.
Pink to right middle is not a bad second prize. I mean, in practice, you stun this and try and open all the reds up, but here I think he'll just be pushing the cue ball through.
Yeah, I'll qualify what I said earlier. Of course, he's made plenty of 147s in practice. In a pro tournament, though, his personal best still perhaps under threat. 144 compiled during the Paul Hunter Classic of 2018.
Thank you. 31. $32.
Well, he's got reds so he can play for, but it's a huge target to pot the brown and come off the left cushion with a touch of left-hand side and go into the bunch. The only negative in playing that, you could possibly tie the black up, and that's why he might not play it. But he has done. Couldn't have played it any better. And I think he's on the red that's closest to pink.
36.
Although looking at the body language, he's not happy about it. If he's not on it, he's been very, very unlucky. If he's screwing back, I don't think the cue ball will be going near the right middle. Might have to be just a little bit wary of it.
$37.
$258 points with that reply, Chris Wakelin. That's the kind of stuff that Higgins does to opponents routinely. This time, though, he's on the receiving end.
$42. $43.
Well, Chris Wakelin at the moment, in the last 2.5 frames, has given an absolute clinic in cue ball striking. It's never overhit anything. It's always been at the correct pace. It's just delivered the cue beautifully.
Looks to the heavens, not pleased.
49.
Yeah, if he's not on the red, which looking where he's looking now, he obviously isn't. It's almost like he got a little bit of unwanted check side on the cue ball. He wanted the cue ball to be sort of tight to the black cushion, the top cushion. May have got an unnatural bounce, I don't know. But yeah, the cue ball should have been far closer to the cushion. He doesn't want to leave the table though, taking this on. Oh, so close.
Chris Wakelin, 49.
Great effort. And the fact he got so close to it meant the red stayed there. Chance for a counter-attack for John Higgins. Many times has he done this in his career.
It was so close as it was going towards the pocket. He wasn't sure. These guys normally have that intuition. He's been frozen out for quite some time, John Higgins.
One.
Well, wouldn't it just be like John Higgins to have been sat in his chair for so long, inactive at the table, to produce a clearance and come out of this first little session level, which would feel like a steal the way Chris has played the last 2.5 frames. There's no problem the way the balls are situated. He's looking at swinging the the brown in, swinging the cue ball round off 3 cushions here. You think one good positional shot, and he almost goes favourite for the frame, John, even though he's at the moment 48 points behind. Oh, Phil, who's your money on to win this frame?
Higgins.
5.
Last year's World Championship, I think he produced the most dramatic moment when he edged Mark Allen 13-12 in the second round, the last 16. The clearance he
6.
made was thrilling.
In his prime, there's very, very few players, if any, you'd have in front of John to make this clearance.
13.
That's what the very best players do, is say, even though he's been sat in his chair cold for 2.5 frames, when you get the chance, you just produce it. You switch on.
If Higgins does clear up, and there's still plenty of work to do before he does, his only regret will be they can't stay out there. This is the last frame before the interval.
No, he's playing a cannon. This is what could go wrong. This could stop him making the clearance. And he's missed the cannon. You can't believe that. And he's one of the best doublers
21.
the game's ever seen. Will he even play it? In that clearance you mentioned against Mark Allen, he played one of his sort of trademark. It was an incredible double he played. He's going for it again.
John Higgins, 21.
And when it comes to doubling for John Higgins, as Stephen said, that was a wide. Didn't really threaten the jaws.
One.
You can see John was fuming in his chair. He really was. He knows what a chance that was to pinch, which would have been a really, really big frame to win, considering how Chris has played since the opening frame. A little bit lucky there.
6.
A little bit lucky. Just brushed by this red to leave it on to right corner. This goes in. It's 3-1.
Seven. 12.
Very simple
13.
frame ball coming up. People will look at this score and think, yeah, that's a little surprising. But when you consider just how well Wakelin is cued, that's the thing for me. His cueing has been
18.
absolutely top-notch.
$19.
Yeah, I think Chris would have liked to
24.
just stay out there. The way he's in the zone at the minute, the way he's cueing, he's in a rhythm,
25.
full of confidence. Intervals can quite often change the context of matches, and in a best of 11, 3-1 is a nice lead, but it's no way a lead that guarantees the victory,
31.
especially in this company.
Chris Wakelin, 31, and the frame.
That was enjoyable, particularly for Chris Wakelin. John Higgins, the recently crowned World Open Champion, finds himself 3-1 down at the interval.
Well, there's still a fair way to go in this match, but Chris Wakelin has put himself in a great position. After going 1-0 down to John Higgins, he pinned the 4-times world champion in his chair for more than 40 minutes and withstood a mini fight back in the fourth frame to take a 3-1 lead at the mid-session interval. 92% pot success and a high break of 129. Impressive stuff, Neil Folds and Ken Doherty from Chris Wakelin. He scored well. How impressed have you been by Chris?
Oh, very, very impressive. I mean, after the first frame, we thought it was going to be another day at the office for John Higgins. Obviously, Chris Wakelin had other ideas. And, the snooker he's producing those 3 frames. But there was only one miss in the 3 frames, I think. But other than that, that was the only blemish. But other than that, his cue ball was pristine, his long potting exemplary, and just the whole control of the way he went about it. He's absolutely dominated John Higgins in those 3 frames.
Stephen Hendry's a very tough man to impress in the commentary box. At one point, he said he was flawless. That's what he made of Chris Wakelin. You agree, Neil? Yeah, I mean, Stephen's got to say that because Chris Wakelin once given an absolute shellacking in an event, and so I suppose he's he's on his list of top players. But John, as Ken said, did start very well. He won the first frame, he looked good. He continued the good form, got this thin red, cut it in. Made a sizable break when you don't actually know how much he's on here really at this stage. You couldn't be certain if there was a sizable break in the off. He was over the top of the black. That was an awkward shot, which he knocked in. He's a little bit slow, John. I've noticed he's 32 seconds a shot, but that's maybe sometimes not because of anything other than your back's to the wall a bit. But then, as you say, Chris Wakelin started to play really well in frame 2, which gave him confidence, Ken. Yeah, I mean, that opening red was a lovely shot to get him sort of going, and then that nice little split. But, just the way he's gone about his breaks and everything, his cue ball, he's had it on a string, and even when he's had to face a difficult part, there's another wonderful positional shot off of Brown there as well. He looked confident as well, isn't he? Yeah, he's such a good player, Chris Wakelin, and, there's a lot to be said for this because, he gets the black into play. A lot to be said for how clear you are of mind because he got into great form early season, then he had the off-the-table problems with his young daughter, being born prematurely and all these things, and he couldn't really concentrate on his Masters debut and, his UK seeding. But now, thankfully, things off the table are doing better. His form is back to the kind of form that got him here in the first place, Ken, isn't it? It's beautiful stuff. There was a moment in this frame, wasn't there, where John will be furious for that missing that cannon. I mean, that's a straightforward. You can see him looking up. That was his chance, John Higgins, to steal a frame just before the interval when he was completely, as you said, shelled out for like over 40 minutes. He hadn't been at the table. But that was just a simple cannon into those 3 reds. And he missed the double, which he doesn't normally do. But look, once again, another wonderfully cued long pot from
Chris Wakelin, and he's off again. And I tell you what, John Higgins has... Maybe the interval has come at a good time for John Higgins.
Yeah, 92% positional success for Chris Wakelin tells the story itself, doesn't it? But he won't be panicking, John Higgins.
No.
Still a way to go in this one. Also a way to go in the other match. Zhao Guidong against Wu Yize. Little subplot here. Wu Yize hoping to get into the Tour Championship. It will depend how Chris Wakelin does. If Chris Wakelin goes into semi-finals, then, of course, it will be Chris's place. So that's the interesting side story there. But the main story is that Wu Yize is 3-1 up on Zhao Guidong and playing some lovely snooker.
Yeah, really good. He's such a lovely player. We all know how good he is. He's a little inconsistent, and he took that fourth frame from maybe it looked like going 2-2 because he led 2-0, and then Zhao Guidong came back. He's probably a better match player, Zhao Guidong, but there's a lot of scope for Wu Yize. I think we all know about him, Ken, don't we?
Yeah, and it's quite an interesting match because they're both playing in the Ding Junhui Academy in Sheffield. They're both practice partners, and they're out there playing, vying for a place in the Tour Championship as well.
Great stuff. Listen, we'll keep you updated on that one. Of course, it's on ITVX if you want to follow that one. But our match will be back underway here shortly. It's John Higgins against Chris Wakelin. We'll see it through to the conclusion. Wakelin leads 3-1.
Yes, a very interesting match this. John Higgins looking good early on, and then Chris Wakelin really queuing superbly.
Chris Wakelin to break. Settle down now, please.
To lead 2-1. Higgins with the chance for the clearance. I think we've seen so many of them from him, you almost just fancy it to happen. It didn't. He would have been annoyed by that, but Wakelin fully deserves this lead. But still a possible 7 frames to play. Saw Higgins annoyed, didn't make that cannon, did he, to the 3 reds when he was trying to make the clearance. We saw him before the match in the interview, all smiles, he just won a tournament, but it doesn't take long for this game to bring you back down to earth. It can be so frustrating at times. Just the odd little error here and there can contribute. I think he's going to have to up his scoring. He's only made 145. That's his only real contribution of note so far. Surely going to have to start making breaks here. Wakelin, of course, has had a 129 and 92. And Wakelin has to try and stay in this positive mindset as the match goes on. It would be a big win for him because, of course, in the background, the chance to get in the Tour Championship as well. And possibly down the line a seeding for the World Championship if he were to reach the last 4 here. So that's all the rewards in the background. But, of course, a win over John Higgins would be also something he'd be very proud of. I liked how he spoke in his interview. He said, I've got full respect for John, but I'm here to try and establish myself. And you can't have hero worship, can you, out there in the arena? You've got to just play the match.
Yeah, Folsey made a good point actually in the studio about the pace of play by John so far. Average shot time of 32 seconds. I know there were a lot of exchanges, but interesting to see if and when he gets his chance he ups the pace a tad. And that beautiful long red gives him a chance to do just that. The ideal start. It was a long red, not that dissimilar, that got Chris's afternoon underway to the opposite corner. Let's see what John can make of this one.
Four. Five.
Of course, the other thing is that John's confidence at the moment, I would imagine, would be more shatterproof the fact that he has wins in the bank and a title.
It's funny, isn't it? We banned him and Mark Williams and Ronnie together, the class of '92, and for the last couple of years, he's sort of been in third place in that little three-way race. But now, I guess he's kind of on top again, isn't he? Just won a tournament, back in the top 8. Of course, O'Sullivan not in this event. Mark Williams will see tonight against Karen Wilson. They must have spurred each other on. They must have inspired one another over the years, over the decades. And they are all currently ranked in the top 7 again. Incredible. In fact, if either John or Mark win this, then between them, the 3 will have won 100 ranking events.
$20. 21.
Yeah, even just there, I think it's a difference in John from 10, 15 years ago. He'd have maybe been looking for a low black to promote a couple, but he's working off the 2 in the open. So I do think he's changed down the years as far as his break building
28.
goes. Still doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just a wee bit more careful these days.
29.
Yeah, I think the shot time and the lack of breaks sort of go together. If he starts making big breaks, then that shot time's going to come down.
$36. $37.
He's almost playing a something of a billiard shot here. The cannon on the loose red. He's almost going to try and just send it towards the left corner. Yeah, it's gone wrong again. Still on one in a fashion, but nothing. Certainly nothing that he was after. That's the problem. When you don't go in early as he used to, and you lose your cue ball a fraction, it can go awry. He did try to top into them and get the cannon on that red, but see, it was more of a percentage positional shot, but it's still gone wrong.
Thank you. 43. John Higgins, 43.
Yeah, not too close with that, and a little chunter on the way back to the seat. That he left himself that one. Very much missable and never threatened. So still hasn't improved his high break for the afternoon.
Interesting there as well, John didn't play the regulation safety shot to open up a few reds. I know he tried to push the red on the left cushion, but he didn't want to take the risk, but it stands to reason eventually they will open, i.e. here and now. You know, so again, it's a wee bit defensive from John if it was being hypercritical. Did it very, very early in the match, didn't he? Had a safety shot to baulk and decided to leave the cue ball down this end. Yeah, deciding not to play the shot to nothing because the yellow's so inviting. Just overcooked it. And that's the shot that John wanted to play, but he bailed out again.
1.
And this yellow cuts back. This could be a decent chance with a good positional shot. Yeah, but that's landed in, well, not the worst place, but as good as. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky to go in off. Brilliant piece of cueing again.
John Higgins 4. Foul.
He's the aggressor at the moment. There's no question of that.
Well, every little helps. It was obviously a fluke. Quite a spectacular one, really. Full commitment though on the brown, and that's the thing with flukes. It's really what they lead to potentially, and now with a good lead already in the frame, a big chance to pull one back.
Six.
Three more pots needed.
Thirteen. 14.
So Wakelin potted that good red, went in off, and then John Higgins fluked to red. It was still a big shot though on the brown. There was pressure on that, considering he struggled a bit this afternoon. But it looks like it's going to be 3-2.
21. 22.
Higgins looking to reach a 148th ranking event quarter-final here. He actually broke the record, appropriately enough, with 147 in the last event in Hong Kong, the World Grand Prix. But of course, these guys, they don't play for quarter-finals.
29.
They play for trophies. And winning that World Open just a few weeks ago, just see the difference in him just around the venue. Just looks more relaxed. His world ranking has been sort of sorted out for a couple of seasons now with the huge points injection. And that makes him very dangerous, particularly in matches like this where he struggled a bit. We know he can find a way back into any match.
37. 38. 38.
So, with a little bit of luck along the way, John Higgins has won the first frame after the interval, and there's still a long way to go in this match, still a potential 6 frames to play. Chris Wakelin's lead has been reduced to 3-2. There's Chris Wakelin on the signage here. You don't want a red light in your face, that means you've been knocked out of the tournament.
John Higgins to break.
So he's hoping to still be standing here tomorrow. John Higgins, though, has won the last frame to trail 3-2. It's actually Wakelin's 3rd consecutive appearance in the Players' Championship, so it just shows you last few years helped, of course, initially by winning the shootout in 2023. He has been consistent in getting in this 16-man event. John Higgins has played in every one apart from 2023.
One.
Yeah, now is John confident enough to play the cutback brown? It's a natural to get into pink and cluster. But the pot's tricky.
5.
Yeah, the short red. It's just a question of how he gets the cue ball back up table. Might almost have to use the red that he's going to cannon as a cushion. Try and screw off that red.
Six. John Higgins 6.
Yeah, it was very missable, wasn't it? Just a hint of head movement as well. There's no question, I think John's feeling quite tense out there.
Yeah, it feels like he spent kind of the whole match trying to find something. He hasn't quite found his best game yet. Hoping it'll arrive sooner rather than later. But of course, Chris Wakelin has got plenty to say about that. He has played well to lead 3-1. And was a little unlucky, let's be honest, in that last frame. First the in off, then the Higgins flute.
Eight.
Yeah, just thinking about the red left of the black there, it's kind of something of an annoyance at the moment. See the average shot time. The red doesn't go to this right corner, and it's not easy to get on it to the other one. See how he deals with it. Might have to play some sort of cannon. Just about okay.
16. Seventeen.
Yeah, I think also considering what's at stake for Chris today, it's a terrific performance. You know, semi-finals of this
25.
takes care of a place in the Tour Championship, and it also would take care of a place at the Crucible as of right. He would have nothing else to worry about. It's that straightforward for him. So it's a, yeah, so far anyway, a top performance.
32.
Yeah, we should mention here Jack Jones. He's 16th on that provisional Crucible cut-off. Obviously, he's not in this event. He's not in the Tour Championship, so he'll be supporting John Higgins today, I would imagine. And, of course, Wu Yiza could still go past him as well.
$33.
I think for a moment you thought he might be on nothing at all. Big shot this, isn't it? He's opened the reds. Built a nice lead already. It's a chance for 4-2 if he can keep going.
Yeah, the pot shouldn't be much of an issue. It's about the cue ball. He's going to have to work it, get deep with power if he wants to get close to the next red. See if he just settles for mid-range. Went deep and played it nicely. Still not out the woods yet. This is a big shot coming up. Handy lead. Plenty of reds in the open.
35.
Oh, but he's flushed another one. That was a beautiful piece of cueing again. The boys made that point. That's been a feature of the match.
$41.
Yeah, quite happy also to leave this just inside in terms of length. It's a longish red. It's also telling John that I've got no problem leaving myself this one because I fancy it strongly. Now then, what damage? On the face of it, not much.
41.
But that was an unexpected miss.
Yeah, it really was. As you say, he was looking so confident and fancied it. Hand on table. I think Higgins would have fancied him potting it as well. And even if he hasn't left him in, he's happy to see him miss it. Meanwhile, Zhao Guodong on table 2 has come back from 3-1 down against Wu Yiza to 3-3.
must confess I'm surprised that John seems to not be entertaining the red that's on the left middle. Perhaps he's building himself up for it. But surely he's going to play it. That is a surprise. I assume he could see it. Chris's confidence levels are telling him that I should be playing this. But he knows that the consequences of missing it are severe because he can't bail out with a cue ball. He wants to play it, but the little devil on his shoulder is telling him otherwise. Yeah, this time John's hand may be forced because he doesn't have the regulation safety shot. I don't think, anyway. He's got to take a pot on of some description. Just not as potent these days as he was in, let's say, the first half of his career.
Well, it's been a tense couple of minutes, isn't it? But Higgins has taken on the long red, missed it. Now then, can Chris Wakelin press on here? He's already 35 in front.
One.
Yeah, that last shot from Higgins, really typical of the afternoon. As I say, he's just trying to find something and hasn't quite done so yet. He's battled, yes, to win the couple of frames he has, but that might not be enough. So much, of course, depends on his opponent, who has been cool this afternoon. He's had some big wins in the last couple of years, Chris Wakelin, of course, including over Higgins in the International Championship. That was the big event for him this season where he got to the final. Beat Higgins, beat Sean Murphy, Mark Williams. Jagu Dong, who's in such great form as well.
9.
Wasn't happy with that last shot. He's left himself further away from the next red than he would have liked.
14.
Been so many pots like that today, though, haven't they? The middle of the pocket. Very crisply struck again. So he's going to need another red after the black to lead 4-2.
$22.
So already 2 snookers required. And the blue surely is going to remove any doubt about who's winning this frame. Chris Wakelin, who of course was at the Masters, he was in the top 16, then he's since dropped out, but he can get back in time for the World Championship.
28.
If he were to win this match and then his next one.
29.
So there's some big prizes potentially on the way for him, but first things first, try and get this match out of the way. He's playing well enough certainly to make progress this afternoon.
34. Chris Wakelin, 34.
Yeah, there was a
and the frame.
couple of minutes there where it got very tense on both sides. In the end, John Higgins took a long red on, didn't pot it. Chris Wakelin has done enough to go back to 2 in front at 4-2. So it's 4-2 to Chris Wakelin. He needs 2 more to reach the quarterfinals here at the Players' Championship
Chris Wakelin to break.
and end this spell of world champions only winning matches. Already we've got Trump, Wilson, Robertson, Selby, Murphy, Mark Williams. They're all in the quarterfinals. John Higgins would love to join them, but he's going to have to up his game here. He's not quite at the level he would like to be yet. Highest break still only 45.
One. Eight. Nine.
Let's see what John prefers. Top side of blue would be, I think, the
40.
choice. Yeah, that's what he's after. To get into the pack early this time.
$15.
Didn't quite get the cue ball as high as he wanted. He still has an out red, obviously. But that's what he was after. He wanted to go into the full face of them this time round. I don't know if he can inject enough power. Don't think so.
$20. 21.
Okay, let's see if he can be accurate with the cannon on the right-hand wing ball this time. Just catch it at right of centre as we see it, just right of centre. And have the cue ball pushed through. I know he can go with full power and try and shift them all in one fell swoop, but I think it'll be the push cannon. Now he went full. Not great.
28.
Good enough strike. Still on a red, but golden rule number 1 here. Do not miss the pot because the cue ball isn't going to travel far.
29.
And it's no good.
Now, there's just been a few false starts, haven't there, for Higgins? That was starting to look a good scoring chance.
Black ball. John Higgins, 29.
I think he covered his disappointment quite well there. It's almost like you could see him sort of counting to 10 because it was a good chance that to really take a grip of the frame, make a one visit, put pressure on Wakelin. Broke down on just 29 in the end. John Higgins is one of these people, I mean, Alan, you know a lot better than I do over the years, but you speak to him before the match, you know, he couldn't be friendlier. You wouldn't even know he was going out to play a match. Gets out there. It's absolute war.
Yeah, I actually walked past him in the corridor on the way to the comm box and I looked the other way. That's the honest truth of the matter. And so did John.
Yeah, it's how it's got to be, of course. And it's why, you know, the likes of him and Ronnie and Mark and all the great champions have won so much. It's also why they're so hard to beat, even if they are struggling a bit. Chris Wakelin is certainly favourite right now, but still has got to put the 2 frames away. Meanwhile, Zhao Guodong from 3-1 down has taken the lead on table 2 against Wu Yi's, a 4-3. ITVX with that through to a conclusion.
the way this frame is panning out will suit Chris. You would think eventually these reds are going to be opened up. Of course they will be eventually, but you know what I mean, you know, quite soon. And probably it'll be Chris that does it, if he gets a good chance to do it. Surely he hasn't left a red for John to far left corner. Yeah, I don't think so. Going deep in the cue ball, so not interested in the pot.
Touching ball.
This is near 7 minute standoff since the last ball was potted when Higgins lost position. Who's going to blink first in this little standoff? Over 8 minutes now.
Yeah, Chris is just waiting for that chance to not even so much open up the reds, but just release them, separate them from one another and get the cue ball on the end cushion. Might be able to do it here. Certainly get the reddies playing a wee bit separated. See, that's what I mean about the score. Oh, he hasn't left a plant, has he? John's having a look. No, nothing doing. But that's why I say, you know, it kind of suits Chris, because he's the one that is quite happy for everything to be in the open, which it will be eventually.
Wakelin, he's certainly a patient sort. He once had a re-rack against Matt Selt in a frame on just pink and black, out in China. Literally just pink and black. They were sort of wedged in the pocket, just flicking thin off the pink, and started the frame again.
It's one of those, it's a stalemate, but it's not, isn't it, at the same time? You know, right, we've got to the stage now where they're pretty much open, so, you know, the next time a player can get the cue ball very close to the end cushion, the other one has a serious problem. And this might be it here. This is Chris's chance now to really put the hammer down. There's no dead weight drop on anymore. So this time John has to play, well, an actual snooker shot. Tight and behind the yellow is an option for Chris, and if he nails it, it's big trouble for John. Yeah, that was beautifully played. I don't know if John's got the power or, in fact, the height to get up high enough and get the cue ball back there. But again, whatever shot he plays has got danger written all over it, because he's going to be sending at least one red, probably a few, on a journey. So he's got to get a good cue ball. Well played. So John just telling us there that the red will go to left corner. Never easy after a bout of safety. coming on for 15 minutes. Shot.
Yeah, and it's really the first pot anyone's seen in that 15 minutes. It's not like they were turning them down. There was nothing available. So Higgins has got back in, second time now in this frame.
Pink ball. Seven. Eight.
Good pot. But out of clearly good position. And there's kind of the difference. If that was a Chiron or a Judd there, they'd go deep in the cue ball, power the red in, back up for blue or baulk colour. John doesn't possess that kind of power. It's not the way he plays these days. So it looks like just brown to side cushion.
Yes, all that work just to get in. And in the end, the break was just 8. 4-4 now. Wu Yiza and Zhao Gudong. It's a real humdinger on table 2. And now best of 3. Live, of course, on ITVX. Wow. Well, Higgins had a big fluke, didn't he? 2 frames ago, and now Chris Wakelin with one of his own. Not able to capitalise. Another red went down the table and blocked the path of the yellow. So he's taken the blue, not potted it. It's one of those you can't sort of complain that red's gone there because you already fluked one. But he still would have been annoyed that he had a more difficult colour to take. So third chance for Higgins.
One. 6. Seven.
And for the first time, it feels like for the whole of this frame, John can breathe easy for a minute or two.
$12. $13.
So, just one red needed after the blue. It's been hard work this frame. I think the concern for Wakelin is that Higgins is not at his best, but he's only going to be one frame behind after this. You know, his powers of battling and sticking in there are legendary. So can Chris Wakelin rediscover his early form in this match when he was queuing so well?
19. $22.
Of course, their last meeting at the International Championship, that was a real thriller. That went the distance. In fact, they were brought off at 5 each. They were going to run into the next session. If you were watching, you will know John Higgins wasn't best pleased by the decision to bring them off.
28.
Right now, I'll be delighted that this match is continuing, because having failed to make it 2-2, it was a big blow before the interval. But he's back to within one.
$34. $35.
I think John will also be in some way relieved to see Chris miss a shot that John fancied him to get. They've not been very common
41.
all afternoon, so, you know, just in some way eased the pressure on John, for the time being anyway.
43.
Longest frame of the match, just under 27 minutes. Had that long standoff in the middle of it with nothing potted, and no balls potable, in fact.
46.
This is Higgins' highest break now of the match, his first half century. He could not have stayed at the top for 3 decades
55.
if he wasn't someone who, when the chips were down, really dug in. And that's what he's done in this match. And the danger, of course, is now he starts to find his best game.
61. And the frame, John Higgins.
So 61 to the pink from John Higgins. He wins the longest frame of the afternoon so far, and he reduces Chris Wakelin's lead to 4-3. Will he be here in the next round? We'll find out in the next hour or so.
John Higgins to break.
Just able in the end to get a bit of fluency going there. That's 61, as I say, quite comfortably his highest break of the afternoon, Higgins. This is nothing he hasn't seen before. He's been in every conceivable situation in a match, ahead, behind, struggling, flying. Got to try and treat it all the same way. And maybe this is where reputation does play a part from Wakelin's perspective, looking at who he's playing, thinking, I played well today and you're still here, you're still hanging on to my coattails. And of course he's seen Higgins many, many times step it up when he's had to.
It's been a feature of the day, isn't it? John's just not prepared to play to baulk and leave anything for Chris at distance. That's 3 or 4 times now he's did that. So he's clearly, you know, with good reason, and it's part of his job to be aware of the strength of his opponent. But it was an easy, you know, put away to baulk. Yeah, and because John's been so circumspect, I think today that frames are panning out this way early on. I was actually asking John just yesterday in the practice room about, you know, his practice and things like that. You know, have you enjoyed a few days at home, obviously, since coming back from Asia? And he was saying on the practice front that, you know, a bit like a footballer that plays Saturday, Wednesday, all that, you know, you're just ticking over. It's the odd hour here and there because so much sharp. You know, other players that don't have that recent success, they've been in the club doing the hard yards, 4 or 5 hours a day, prep for Sheffield, all that. John just ticking over. It's a good place to be. The other thing John has done at the moment is taken the sting out of Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, it feels like the match is being played on John Higgins' terms, and all the sort of fluency that Wakelin had earlier has gone walkabout.
1.
We just got the little brush cannon off the other red, and I think he's perfect. I think that helped, barring the glance on the red. I don't think he might not have been on the black. No, not this time. He would have probably had to turn it over with a trace of left-hand side. It was tight whether he could get through.
Agony as he walks back to his seat. Big visit this, I think, now for Wakelin. Can he re-establish himself, as I say, get a bit of fluency going?
1.
After a couple of tough frames, including one he won. He's trying to rediscover that lovely rhythm he had earlier.
Eight. Chris Wakelin, 8.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't happy initially with where he was, but still, every chance to pot that. Things have just started to go wrong for him in a big way, haven't they? You know, he got the fluke in the last frame and then missed that blue. Wasn't missing those earlier in the match. Same with that red, he's just missed a middle there.
One. Eight. Nine.
Desperate to get the blue back in the spot because of where the pink is. But he's just a wee bit too straight for comfort, so that'll have to keep for now.
13. Fourteen. 21. 22.
Yeah, played that nicely, and the good news will be fresh in the memory that missed Black almost this exact same shot that he missed on the thin side. It actually, in some way, it actually gives you, strangely, it gives you a wee bit of comfort in playing this, because you obviously just going to adjust. Still not easy, but expect him to get it. And a good cannon should see him well set to level up at fours. Not ideal.
29. $30.
Yeah, just overcooked the cue ball. He's like a dog with a bone at the moment, John. Because the miss by his opponent, he knows that, you know, his snooker senses tell him, this is the time to punish. He doesn't want to leave the table, but I think he might have to.
John Higgins, 30.
It's been the story though for Higgins, hasn't it, in the match? He's been getting in and then sort of just faltering around the 30 mark. Bits and pieces stuff. Doesn't mean he won't still win the match, but hasn't yet got in early and killed a frame off. Well, Chris Wakelin, early match, he was sort of cruising down the highway, wasn't he? Now it's like being stuck in a traffic jam. He just can't get in. He's had a few half chances. He's been losing his way. Is he going to get to his destination or not?
Yeah, the pot's out of the question. No position from it. He's got no problem getting the cue ball somewhere behind green-blue if he wants it. The single red in the open. He's not seeing the shot, but it's a kind of half ball in the right half as we see it. Cue ball off the side cushion just below the pink there, and that's the path. I'm sitting in here not under any pressure. That's beautifully worked out and well played. He hasn't got the snooker, but it keeps John at bay for the time being. Worth the wait, actually. It was a good shot, that. The quality of the Wakelin safety, oh, surely not. Wow.
1.
Well, that's the third fluke we've seen in a few frames, but potentially the biggest and one of the most extraordinary as well. Made its way just past the green. Oh.
Oh, and that's a good pot that there's every chance of, well, it's going to now double pain, isn't it? The fact that he knocks that in just to make it really hurt, because it's a handy lead the way the table is. Black no good, pink likewise. Plenty of reds in the open for reds and blues. Not that far away from 4-all.
Yeah, and it's sort of similar a little bit to yesterday. Stuart Bingham was making the running against Neil Robertson, and then a few unlikely things started to happen. And of course, it's Robertson who got the win in the end.
7. Twelve. Thirteen. 18. Nineteen.
Still work to do for Higgins, but as Alan said, black and pink, no good. Useful lead, 42-47 with this blue. So another red and a blue. Wakelin would need a snooker.
We're seeing why here on the back of the fluke. It's why being a top snooker player is so difficult mentally, because it's against your human nature to go out and play in a match and accept that bad things are going to happen. You know, there is that thing that, you know, you go out and be positive, everything will be good, everything will be rosy. That's not the way it is. So in some way you actually have to go the other way and prepare for bad things to happen and expect them, because you're going to have to deal with it like Chris Wakelin is going to have to deal with it here and now.
Yeah, just lost his way slightly. So he's still favourite for the frame, but he hasn't won it yet. 47 the lead. Possible 59 on, but the two biggest colours not in great spots at the moment. But at least from Wakelin's perspective, the frame's still live. Higgins still, even though he's got himself back into the match, still struggling just to put breaks together. Hendon back in front against Wu Yi's at 5-4 on table 2.
Very clever. Appreciated by John. I think John tapped the table a few too many times for Stephen's liking, but it was a well-played shot, wasn't it?
I'm not sure this is the sort of frame Stephen necessarily be watching, unless he has to. So a couple of shots have just opened things up a little. The black that Wakelin brought out, a couple of reds have come into play.
Oh, that's class. That is pure class. That safety shot. Well played. Brilliant shot. It's all part of that good temperament I was talking about. As I said before, you know, expecting bad things to happen is not being negative, it's being realistic. So he's doing well just to hang tough. That's all he can do in this situation, Chris. No wonder you're smiling, Chris.
One.
Well, I'll make that 2 each now in terms of flukes. It was horrible queuing, but a great result just to have the next shot in your own hands. And we'll look at those 3 reds. This frame, Higgins has got a good lead, but not quite over the line yet. Wakelin can get the pink out as well, so all the colours will be in play. Well, how'd you like that? John Higgins, a masterful safety player. He's in trouble here. Big target, but even so, he's got to get to it.
Yeah, he'll get close bar the left middle pocket, I would expect. He can go the short cushion, but he can go here twice across the way he's looking now. It's just the middle pocket, really, that's in the way. Three cushions is the one below the middle pocket. Change of mind. It'll be a handy few points these for Chris.
And I miss Chris Wakelin 4.
Just coming up to half an hour for the frame, the longest so far.
Chris? Foul. And I miss Chris Wakelin 4.
Yeah, playing into certainly what I call the short cushion first is the one that's the most difficult to judge.
Chris?
He'll get there eventually, but you know, it is handy, these penalty points for Chris.
Foul. And I miss Chris Wakelin 4.
Shows you these little flukes, you know, make a difference. He was able to A, bring the pink out, and B, get in behind this green.
Chris? Foul. And I miss Chris Wakelin 4.
Yeah, I know it's quite a big target. It's one of those, you know, the referee's absolutely not at fault here. You know, it's such an unusual snooker. It's one of those that you can pretty much categorically prove that John is trying to hit the reds, because there's no benefit to missing them. As you were again.
Foul. And I miss
Well, that's
Chris
20
Wakelin
points
4.
now he's given away. And if Wakelin hadn't fluked that red, if he'd have left one on, probably would have been frame over, the lead Higgins had. Pink and black safe. So it's changed things in a big way.
Foul. And miss Chris Wakelin 4.
Well, this is like an anxiety dream. He's getting marginally closer and closer without hitting it. Yeah, it was close, wasn't it, Chris? But he's not moving from that seat. Why should he?
Yeah, he just made 3 red blacks from his chair, didn't he? Effectively, Chris. Let's see this time.
The great John Higgins, his 7th attempt to make contact. This time. But the frame now a lot closer than when all that began.
Yeah. It's actually a half chance here now. I know, I mean, the pot's difficult, but if you can somehow get the pot and get the cue ball very near to touching that baulk cushion, the angle on the green would be lovely. It's a big ask, but doable. Yeah, good pot, but needs it to run, and it hasn't, so he's not going to be winning the frame at this visit, but he's got some control now. Yeah, and I can't see him attacking from here. There's no great advantage to doing so.
Yellow ball. Chris Wakelin 1.
So 36 minutes this frame and a bit more mileage in it yet. 21 the difference.
John wouldn't have played that shot out there in Yushan because the pockets were far more generous. He knows that they're challenging this week. It's still doable, the red. And, you would think Chris will be playing it. He's still got that green waiting.
This is now the longest frame of the tournament so far. Higgins relieved that key will stop running, so hasn't left the red to left corner.
It's unlucky, wasn't it? It was just a ball width away from almost the jackpot. John can just raise the butt of the cue. Just inject a bit of left to centre striking, I think, to take the shot to nothing. Similar shot to last time, but I wonder if he's thinking about the cross double. Perhaps not. He'd have to hit it very thin. Yeah, it wasn't really on. But this time it is the jackpot. That is, well, almost the perfect leave in terms of what your opponent has. I mean, how does John play this and sort of bail out with his cue ball? This is nasty.
While he looks at it, Wu Yiz has made 104 clearance, so 5-all with Zhao Gudong, and that decider coming up shortly on ITVX.
Free ball alert.
Chris Wakelin 6.
And it is. Wow.
And the free ball.
It's amazing how this has turned around, this frame. John Higgins, what was he, 46 in front with 3 reds on, 51 on. And where the balls were at that point, and with the player he is, you know, you thought he's nailed on to win this frame, but he started with the fluke, didn't it? Wakelin was able to promote the pink, get the snooker behind the green, all those penalty points, and now he has a chance to make it 5-3.
One. Four.
Yeah, played that nicely, because off the last 2 reds he wants the 11 points to not need the pink. So blue, red, blue, and the pink won't be required.
Then
But that's no good.
11.
He won't be playing the blue now because he can't get the yellow from it. Is he brave enough to play the brown? The brown is the same thing, incidentally, but you know, he was playing on that blue, but he's not going to be playing that now.
It's been the sort of frame you just sort of knew it wouldn't be straightforward. There's another twist coming, and there might be a couple more yet.
Yeah, you can see the brown there. I mean, he could play it, if you like, in a sort of negative way, so to speak, and play it dead weight in a rover, and you miss it, you cover the pocket. He's playing the blue, but no positional heroics, obviously.
No, so we are now down to the wire in this frame. 1 point in it on the colours, 45-minute frame so far.
16. With Wakelin 16.
Brilliantly played. Played with top spin to turn it into backspin when meeting the yellow. Very clever. One of those, he doesn't really want to go the short cushion first. We've seen enough of that earlier, so he's going to be playing this with pace. There's free balls aplenty here if he doesn't make contact with the yellow. All sorts of nasty things might await John here. Really got to hit this.
What a frame of snooker. Just look where this is finished. Partial snooker, hampered as well.
Two.
Well, at least that ended a 27-minute spell within this frame in which John Higgins hadn't potted a ball. So now the battle turns to the green.
John Higgins 2.
It's one of those frames. There's been so much effort on both sides, but obviously someone's going to come out of it disappointed. And if it's Higgins, it's then a big ask to win the last 3 frames.
It's not what he was after. Needs a bit of cover. All right, good cue ball. And, you know, without discrediting John, it's not really his type of shot. I think the time has come to pull the trigger. I think he's got to have a go at this.
Well, second prize, possibly third prize as well. .53 minutes now, this frame. on an absolute knife edge. It's amazing to think the longest ever frame of snooker played was more than twice the length of this one. It was mentioned the other day, Neil mentioned it, Fergal O'Brien and Dave Gill, but that was to get to the crucible deciding frame.
John trying to get the cue ball in behind, probably Brown. Yeah, take that.
We've seen some terrific skill in this frame. You know, you sometimes think a long frame must be because it's full of mistakes. It's not at all. It's been highly tactical. Things have happened, balls have run safe, there's been the odd fluke. One of those frames. Fascinating viewing. Giza just had a big fluke, by the way, on the other table. He opened everything up, a red went in, and he snookered Zhao Gudong early stages of their decider. Yeah, the blue safe now on the cushion, so that will surely play its part once we get down to it. Been 9 minutes on the green. Yeah, just to say on table 2, Zhao Gudong, he was in a snooker off the fluke from Wu Yize. He played the hit and hoped fluke won himself. Then potted a good green, so he's in early tense times on both tables. There we are, an hour now, this frame. An absolute epic. Hang on.
You couldn't write it, could you? Yeah, apologies for laughter. It's obviously not at Chris's misfortune. It's just what has been going on in this frame, my goodness. Yeah, the plot thickens. Good pot, lovely cannon. Yeah, just Lady Luck deserting him again. Just got to be careful not to obviously play some sort of escape here and accidentally release the blue. Yeah, that's what will be in his mind. Don't do anything silly and sort of bad reaction to your misfortune.
Foul. And a miss. Chris Wakelin 3, John Higgins 4.
Yeah, it's one of those. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, John has them replaced. I mean, there's no access to the blue. There's not that much point in playing the brown. Looks a wee bit a downbeat there, but actually, you know, it's quite a smart thing that Chris is doing. Just having a timeout, sit down, okay. You know, things. You know, I'm swimming against the tide at the moment, but things will change. Just sit down and, you know, have a mini breather, which has been hard earned.
Leo, can you check it?
Well, he just wants it checked with the marker, Leo Scullion.
About a quarter of a ball towards the ball cushion. That looks pretty good from there.
Thank you.
battle moves on to the blue. Higgins 6 in front, so he would need blue and pink. Wakelin all 3 balls.
John Higgins 4.
Yeah, the pot's obviously on, but I don't think John's going to be playing any sort of, pot and position. It's way too thin and difficult, you would imagine. But if he can get the pot and the cue ball down somewhere around where it is now, he'd be in some control. Well, he played it to hold, and he just about has. What a shot. But far from out the woods just yet. This is not easy, this pink. Not a shot you play very often from this position of the table.
You just knew it couldn't be straightforward. 67 minutes this frame. John Higgins needs the pink to win it and level the match at 4-4. Oh, terrific shot. Probably the best shot of the frame was the last shot from John Higgins, who battled and battled, and from 4-2 down has levelled up. What an epic side. Now the match is level. We're about to find out. There's a possible 3 frames remaining.
Take your seats, please. Thank you, frame 9. Chris Wakelin to break. Foul, and the miss. Chris Wakelin 4. Leo, can we check it, please?
It's about a quarter of a ball diagonally away from the cushion. And touch more that way. That looks fine. It's fine on here.
John Higgins is having a look at the screen with the freeze frame on it.
It looks perfect, yeah.
See that again.
He's not convinced it's quite right. Leo Scullion feels it is, but John's coming down to look at the screen again. There it is. Not quite VAR, is it? But it's about as close as we've got.
Adjustments you need to make between the two of you, but on the screen it looks fine.
Yeah, Chris also just having a look.
So that's the live picture. And that's it.
Because it's also important, it's very close. I'm just kind of behind it. It's very close to whether John can access a red full ball. Something else to, just to consider. Good hit. Now, the red is on to right centre, but what about the cue ball? He just was away walking early, one of those quick ones. Understandable, it's not an easy shot that, because I say the cue ball was an issue. He was trying to hold the cue ball as close to the black as possible. First chance, John.
One. Three.
We'll both put everything into the last frame, but of course the difference is, in the end, it was John Higgins who won it. And he's got his teeth right back into this match again. He was struggling earlier to put anything together. He did make that 61 in the 7th frame. That's his highest of the afternoon, but this will be a great time to improve on that.
Nine. 10. Seventeen. 18. John Higgins,
yeah,
18.
another one of those. I mean, he's ended up, the black's come in the way of the potential red to middle, but it's another one of those. It could have been a lot easier. He's trying to generate some sort of angle off it as well. So what was a pretty promising chance to come to an end, but as I say, the black has come in front of the cue ball. Things are not happening for Wakelin, it's got to be said. Running seems to be going against him. decided to get on the front foot. And that's the difference again. I mean, he could have got away with that on another day, as Higgins did initially with his miss.
John wanting that red to disappear. Well, thankfully it has, from his point of view. If that sticks over the pocket, it's almost impossible for him to not leave it off this next shot.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, even that's lucky, really, that that red went in, for the reasons you explain. Even though he's not on a colour, this would have been a much more horrible shot had there been a red over a pocket.
Yellow ball. John Higgins too.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the snooker, albeit Chris is hampered by the yellow. Just touching on John, less than vintage performances come along. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone suffers that kind of thing. But the great champions in snooker don't mind it so much because they know that the next match is another day entirely. The thing is not to get too downbeat about the performance itself. That's a good reply. You know, lots of players that, you know, further down the rankings have a terrible match. It gets to them and think, oh, I'm not on it this week. No, yeah, you can be if you have the correct mindset. I mean, John's far from won this, but yeah, fighting tooth and nail for every point.
Yeah, we saw it, didn't we, in Yushan, the tournament he won, the World Open. He was 4-2 down to Zhou Yulong. And 1-5-4, that was in the last 16. Of course, the semis, 5-3 down to Zach Surety, who's 50-odd in front in the next frame. And Higgins dug himself out of that as well.
One.
Yeah, so immediately we gaze to the cushions and what does Chris have from this likely tuck in behind the tight in behind the yellow as well.
John Higgins one.
Yeah, the one on the right side of the table isn't really an option. I think it's one of those, you know, there's 2 or 3 options, none of them very appealing, but let's see if he goes the kind of a Mark Selby route and try to somehow find a glancing escape. Yeah, that looks like he's kind of what he's after. Credit to him because he's actually trying to get out of this authentically. Looking for the glance.
Foul. And a miss. John Higgins 4. John, thank you. Foul. And a miss. John Higgins 4. John, thank you. Foul. And a miss. John Higgins 4.
Well, Higgins is just going to keep having it put back until Wakelin makes contact. A dicey moment for him here. Points mounting up. Doesn't want to leave a red on. Higgins 29 in front.
John,
Now the mistake. Credit to Chris for, as I say, trying to get out of it by playing a skill shot. But this is now a golden chance for John. Already 29 in front. As I said before, the great champions, they tend to find a way. He doesn't have his best stuff today. So he's kind of been like a python or something, just squeezing his opponent and, you know, eventually, hopefully, from his point of view, get the victory. Have a couple of days to improve on it.
One.
I mean, see, even here he's got, you know, 2 or 3 reds, dolly reds in the open. But he's been so careful because mistakes are, you know, when you're not in form, any mistake eats away at you more than when you're in form, because every chance becomes, you know, a bit of a prisoner. But John's recognising that, and so that's why he's been so careful. Yeah, it's played nicely again. Percentage positional shot. Leave yourself some options.
8. Nine.
So the balance of power in this match has well and truly swung back towards John Higgins.
15.
Who for most of the day has been playing catch-up. He did win the first frame, but of course was 3-1 down, was 4-2 down. That last frame was such a big one to win, 67 minutes. And he's in control of this one. It's in his hands to go back in front and within one of reaching the quarterfinals.
John, that was a shocker. I don't even think he can play the black, certainly not getting on the next red. He killed it stone dead. He's got no shot in the black.
16.
Yeah, this time he's going to have to come out of his bunker, so to speak, and play a really aggressive positional shot if he's going to get on the next red. Yeah, aided by the black, but it was nicely played.
22.
I wonder if Jack Jones is watching, because of course Wu Yizer's out. If Higgins beats Wakelin, then Jack will be the number 16 seed at the Crucible. Another check of the scores. He's going to need another red after the pink. Or the black, either way, he'll need another red. And it should be 5-4 to Higgins. All that he's won, but you can still see the will to win written all over his face. We've seen it all day when he was struggling, and now he's sensing he's in the ascendancy. Still needs this one in.
One.
So Higgins, for the first time since he won the opening frame of the afternoon, is going to be in front, and he's going to need one more to set up that meeting with Zhao Guodong in the quarterfinals.
Frame considered. John Higgins.
Chris Wakelin saying, don't bother getting all that stuff out. The frame is yours. So John Higgins then won the marathon frame. Now he's won this one as well, and he needs one more for victory. He leads Chris Wakelin here in Telford by 5 frames to 4. Well, it's been some afternoon here, and we continue with John Higgins now needing 1 and Chris Wakelin both frames to advance to the quarterfinals. Higgins
Thank you, frame 10.
spent most of the day
John
playing
Higgins to
catch-up.
break.
He's now in front.
think John will be interested in where that green has gone and maybe entertain the double to right centre. It was good percentage, wasn't it? That's been the kind of watchword for John today in every department, but well, no, it's nothing new. But he certainly played hardball in this match. Giving absolutely nothing away. He might need to find cover here to stop the shot to nothing for John. He decided to push the Reds away from the potential shot to nothing that John had. So there was no thought from Chris of trying to get in behind green. He spotted that pitfall.
So 4 hours playing time. Of course, frame 8 was more than a quarter of that in its own right.
Oh, classy pot. How's the kiss? All right, the green looks like it'll pass the brown, but positionally very difficult to get back down the business end. Oh, needs this to run. He has the cut back. That's okay.
4.
Well, not okay, but at least he's on it in a fashion. The Steve Davis cutback, isn't it?
Five. $11.
Every credit. So positively played and trying to make it happen. I think he knows if he stays down in the weeds with John, it's probably not going to happen. He's got to make it happen.
$12.
Yeah, I think Chris Wakelin's got a very good attitude. He speaks well about the game. He values where he's got to and where he feels he can still get to. when he won his semi-final against Xiao Guodong, actually, who he would play if he won this match in the International Championship. He won that 9-8. He was in
17.
tears because it meant he was in the top 16 for the first time. So he set all these little goals and he's ticking them off one by one. He likes to watch snooker as well. He's not one of these players who sort of pretends he doesn't watch it. He likes to see how the tournaments are panning out, how people are playing,
18.
trying to learn from the best around. And we've seen the improvements, and all of that holds him in good stead at this moment as he attempts to get back on the front foot and force a deciding frame finish.
That's a very classy shot. He played that with the
23.
knowledge that he had potential to land on about 4 or 5 different reds.
$24. $29. $30. $36. $37.
Yeah, you can actually play on a choice of 2 reds to either corner here. Wants the gap for the one to left. And of course, there's no pressure on it. He had the one on the right anyway.
43.
Just figuring out the order in which he wants to take these.
$44.
That's gone a bit wrong. If the bottom red doesn't go to the same corner, it's gone awkward. But a tremendous recovery
49.
shot. Very good.
Well, assuming he pots this red, it's his highest break actually since frame 3.
$50.
But he's not going to win the frame, I don't think, in one hit. Now, there's nothing he can do, I don't think. He's dead straight in the pink. It might even be the case that he doesn't play the pot, because if he's dead straight, which he must be, there's no access to the next red. say no access. There is off the blue, but it's difficult to lay the cue ball on a button. Playing the screw shot. Oh, but what an effort. Oh, he's played that to perfection.
$55.
And that was a gorgeous piece of ball striking. Now he needs one more cue ball out in the open. Should be a decider on the way.
56.
Doesn't want to leave the table on a safety shot because of the fella that's behind him. You know, that clearance thing.
Chris Wakelin, 56.
So it's a good lead, 56, still a possible 67 on. Not there yet. What an afternoon it's been for Chris Wakelin. And even there at the end, you know, he did everything he could to win that frame, but just right at the end, nothing came easy, didn't get nicely on a colour.
Foul. And the miss. John Higgins, 4.
This time Chris can take a seat because John's going to play this red, I feel. Oh, this is a massive shot. The way these have been holding on this line towards the pocket, they've not been deviating at all, so it's right in the heart of the pocket. As I say, no deviation. Get the pot. Are we going to see another clearance? Brilliant.
1.
Well, much has been said about John Higgins' prowess at winning frames from this sort of position. Quite rightly, because he's the best that's ever done it. Can he produce yet another one to get this match won?
9. 16.
This is where one
17.
would think that, you know, John's been quite timid today in his shot selection. This is where he's so famous, as David said, for flicking the switch and being aggressive all the way to the line.
$24.
A little bump in the road because the natural, the cutback red, the last thing he wants is to flirt with the black there here when he plays it. So if he does, it could go wrong. He wants to avoid it at all cost.
$25. $30.
And there's one of the differences I'm talking about. There's no bailout there with John. Not thinking about where can I get my cue ball in case I miss the pot. Nothing like that. Still far from done. And not straightforward to get on the yellow. The natural line is no good. One cushion. Oh, he's played this to perfection. What a shot that is. Not again, absolutely perfect. He's just the wrong side of straight in the yellow. So the green, anything around straight is what he'll be playing, but it will be mid-range, one would think. Pot, no problem. Well, he's punching out two cushions. But that was the problem. He's not going to be clearer now.
40. John Higgins, 40.
So 12 points in it on the green. Higgins this time not taking out frame and match. Chris Wakelin lives again.
John will actually see this as a decent chance. Cue ball twice across in behind black. Yeah, just got it a wee bit square. Will it pull up? Yes, it will. There's something about that shot that just kind of looked right. And as normal, as usual, John nails it. Yeah, but well played. Yeah, super shot. Very good. Can he grip this cue ball for contact on Brown? Yeah, too much of an ask. So, does make some difference to the scoreboard. 15, obviously. But priority number one, get the Brown safe.
Yes, because nothing else is. Wakelin just needs the Brown. Higgins needs them all, but they would all be there.
Yeah, that's a great effort. He's got the line that makes this very difficult for John. In terms of separation, I think he just got to, take his medicine. Yeah. It's not the best shot he's ever played. Far from it.
No, so Wakelin, if he pots the Brown, will be 19 in front with 18 on. And barring Snookers, it'll be a deciding frame finish, as it was when he beat him out in China last November in the International Championship. No, not there. Just needed this, and it was effectively 5 each. Would he get another chance?
Oh, there's a bad error from John. In a funny sort of strange way, not that dissimilar to, I think, what was it, the UK Championship against Judd Trump. Played a loose safety towards the left centre. Now can Chris pin this one? Oh, not this time.
Well, it's 2 goes he's had at frame ball brown. And neither found their target.
Yeah, building himself up. He's taking this on full-blooded. Yeah, it's not easy. Bridging, it's a wee bit awkward. The leather and the corner pocket there. The knuckle of it. Just looking for one good piece of ball striking. Now then, Chris Wakelin shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, the Higgins attempt wasn't close. This is the easiest of the 3 pots Wakelin has had on the brown to take us the distance. What a thriller, and it continues. One more frame to decide it.
Nine.
It's been a real emotional roller coaster for Wakelin. He was playing so well earlier. Then all the heavy stuff came down on him. He was positive in this frame. And he's relieved to win it. So after nearly 4.5 hours play, one more frame to decide our last quarter-finalist at the Players' Championship. John Higgins and Chris Wakelin are level at 5 each. So it's been some battle between these two, and one more frame is left to decide whether it's John Higgins or Chris Wakelin, the last man into the quarter-finals of this Players' Championship. It's been an engrossing encounter, some high-quality snooker, some mistakes as well, the whole heady brew, really. What sort of decider will we have? The average frame time, nearly 27 minutes. But you'd never know. Both these players more than capable of getting in and making one visit. From what we've seen, it's more likely to be more attritional. Higgins built himself up for that long brown in the last frame, but he didn't get close and left a much easier pot than the 2 that Wakelin had already missed on the brown. It's a wonderful pot, though, from John Higgins, first in the decider.
One.
Only one substantial break, really, from Higgins. That's 61, a little clearance it was in frame 7, when he was already quite a way in front when he came to the table. How he'd love to improve on that here.
9.
Yeah, didn't quite push through there, so he's going to have to settle for red to right middle, perhaps.
$16. $17. 24. 25.
Yeah, this time he made sure he had something to work from, so low in the red and try to bring others into play.
$32. $33.
No decisions. Yeah. It's a cinch to just play on a single red, but they're very inviting. Having a look now at his line into the cluster.
$38.
Can't bail out with his cue ball, whichever shot he plays now, so he's got to get the pot.
$39.
And I suppose having done so, at least he still has some control, but I don't think John's going to entertain the long straight blue.
No, as I said, just as the decider started, it just didn't seem likely someone was going to get in and win it in one visit, because it's not been that sort of day really, or certainly not the second half. We've seen both players just losing ideal position when they've been in.
He could actually play the tuck in behind the pink, couldn't he? I mean, in practice, that's what you'd probably play, but well, either that or the blue, but now's not the time. He's got a almost mini gamble here because he'll do well to cover that red.
Green ball.
Near the right corner. It's a tempter.
39.
Here we go then. Oh, that's an awesome pot. Shot of the match. And he should be on green if the cue ball stops.
One.
Oh, he's perfect. He's almost perfect on it. What a shot that was.
Surely that's got to be a hot shot. Got to be. In any frame, never mind the decider, after everything he's been through. So Chris Wakelin then has his chance. John Higgins had one, made 39.
4.
That's the conundrum at this level. You can leave a tempter, and under normal circumstances, yeah, have a go at that one, pal, but these guys are all so gifted that they're able to come up with incredible shots at crucial times.
Five.
Then will this red be hampered when the black goes as close to its spot as possible? It will, so the plot thickens.
Yeah, and it was pretty thick to start with, let's be honest, after everything we've seen this afternoon.
Thirteen. $18. $19.
Can't just lay the cue ball exactly where he wants to. Gonna have to still potentially work off blue for the time being.
$25. $30. $31.
Well, blue's no good. It's going to be the yellow with the rest is the only way, really. Well, unless he plays for the reds to left centre. Oh, this is no good. He's going to be hampered. See, no good. The pot's still on, obviously, but this is such a tough one.
36.
Yeah, brilliant. That is as good as almost the opening red. Still not out the woods yet. It's going to be about the obvious one. But crucially, he has first pop at it.
43.
You know, if you don't get it released, then you know you might be able to get in behind it and really put John in trouble. Does he gamble now, though, and try to lift the red off this red? It looks that way.
Four. $51.
Wow, it was the last big shot. It was the last big shot, and it has stayed out. And John Higgins very quickly out of his chair, and what a gift for him. 12 behind. All that good work, great red to get in, to keep it going. He's got to just try and stay focused in case the chance comes. You never know after the afternoon we've seen.
1.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Chris, the way he played it. He tried, you know, he didn't deliberate over it. He thought, right, okay, it's facing me. I've got to take it on and play it positively. But it was such a tough shot. Is John going to make him pay at the very end?
Well, they've both given everything. They each had a chance in the decider. Higgins made 39, Wakelin 51. John Higgins has basically got the colours on their spots here.
$8.
And of course, if Wakelin does lose, he can't get in the Tour Championship. He'll have to qualify for the World Championship. A bit of movement in his eye line, not a great time for that.
Still.
Yeah, just a gap at the corner of the arena. Please just stay away for the next minute or two. A couple of people milling around.
$11.
Got a feel for Wakelin. My word, he's given this everything. Stayed positive, that was the thing. Despite everything that's gone on. The truth about John Higgins is when he plays his best, he can beat anyone. And when he doesn't play his best, he can still beat anyone. He just finds a way. What a battler.
20.
Pink is match ball. 4 hours, 45 minutes, this contest. And it's been won by the great John Higgins, and he is delighted that last chance came. Still so competitive after all these years, after all these decades. John Higgins, the 7th world champion to reach the quarterfinals of the Players' Championship. He has won an absolute epic with Chris Wakelin by 6 frames to 5.